Yo, what's up, Pooterum? Morning, gentlemen. How you doing today? What do you mean, old man? Where's the 45 minutes? Shut up. Every time you bring it up, you like add 5 fucking minutes to it. Fine, here we go. I'll just sit here and pretend I'm not here. Is that better? Huh? You feel better about yourself? That's what I thought. Ah, no, no, no. Do I have? Oh, I need 8 more. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, well, I need more of those. Getting ahead of myself. Oh, great. Here we go. A Maple Story, Maine. Tried it in the past. Wasn't a fan. But crack this book. Why not? Ooh, Bond, let's go. Yo, what's up, Darium? What's up, I was about to say this one looks ugly. I meant angry. No. Oh, what's up, Beanie? He's not wrong. That's how we keep the girls away. We let ourselves fall apart. It's safety precaution. Yeah, and guess what? You're actually here on time today. Good job. Okay. Um, I'm gonna restart my client. Yo, what's up? What's up, bro? Today, I think I'm gonna get a nice little haircut. I'm gonna see if my wife can give me a trim. Probably trim the beard down pretty good too. You didn't realize Bonk had an on-screen effect too? You didn't? Yeah, it does this. Oh wait, I don't know where it is. Never mind. Am I Romanian? No, I'm Canadian. It did always do that. Yeah, it's ever since I added it. It's always done that. Look that out here. Sorry, guys. I'm just doing something right now. The FitnessGram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic fitness test, progressive aerobic, cardiovascular endurance run, where you run back and forth across a 20-meter space, guided by beeps with the pace getting faster, measuring your cardiovascular fitness until you can't keep up. I'm not asking for much, just one developer. One, sitting in Pearl Abyss HQ like, but how does this affect Zethian? Is that too much? I think not. Anyway, I'll still play 12 hours today. That fucking silence, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, fuck. Jesus fuck. Okay, let's see. Okay, why did the redeem not work though? Why did the redeem not work? Here we go. uh, you're only getting me this one time. All the dads out there are going to be like, for fuck's sakes, which one was it? Oh, shit. Okay. Because that's the worst part, right? When it goes off, you don't know which one it was. So now you got to stand in each room of the house, waiting till you hear the chirp to see if it's the one you're staring at. Those hood crickets. That's fucking terrible. Oh wait, why am I doing that? Oh shit, that shit lasts for 5 hours now? Holy fuck. Every night I play a little bit of
Did you know
Diablo.
50% of smoke alarms with low batteries are in 13 hash of households?
Every time I play like a little bit of Diablo 4, I enjoy it more and more. See how dumb people are being today. On its way back up. Cool. Yes. Quality of life updates. For who? Because my quality of life just logged out. New systems, new events, new incentives, none of which consider that I am tired and slightly dramatic. Anyway, if BDO doesn't start making content specifically for me soon, I'm going to keep playing out of spite. Gonna show them. Otherwise, how else will they learn? You got to think of it this way, Dragor. If somebody were to commit a crime and the police were to just leave the scene, there would be no justice. So I'm going to stick around and make them pay. Otherwise, how else will they learn? You think it's better to make cups over buying them? Oh, I have no idea. I'm not sure what the opportunity cost of going out and grinding your own cups is. Gonna make a scene? Oh, yes. I swear, if the next update isn't called Zethian's personal apology patch, I'm still logging in, but I'll be mad about it. It's funny because all of the people who try to make it like I'm expecting them to cater to just me don't realize that they're the ones trying to gatekeep content. It's not like I'm saying make content only for me. I'm just saying, you know, cater to your whole player base. It's fun to have difficult things to do. But I know Dragor, well, maybe I don't know Dragor's kidding or not, but there are people like that who genuinely aren't kidding, and they don't realize that they are unironically trying to gatekeep content from people. Yeah. And I don't understand.
I don't understand why people think that they need to be able to catch up to everybody. Like, in what other area of the world do you expect to be able to catch up to somebody who is putting in more effort than you? Participation logic awards, that's what it is, right? They just... It's okay to be where you're at, right? It's okay. You don't have to stay caught up. Like, if you're playing 10 hours a week, why do you feel like the game should cater to you and make sure you stay caught up to the person who plays 40 hours a week? It's just such a goofy mentality to me. Comparison is the thief of joy. It really is, right? It really is. The only person you should be comparing to is yourself yesterday. Did I improve myself over where I started this morning or where I finished yesterday? That's the only comparison you should ever do. Like I said, when they first announced that they were redoing the Alchemy Stone system the third time, or whatever, the most recent time, Quindaya put out a video, and it was like within an hour of him putting out the video, I was like, I wonder what his opinion was on it. And then I just scrolled down to the comments, because I was like, I don't know if I want to watch the whole video. There was a lot of, stuff in there that I didn't really need to listen to. But I was like, you know what, I could get a pretty general idea of how people are gonna, how people are reacting of the vibe of the video. And one of the first comments on his video was, if they want people to come back to the game, they need to give everybody a free pen demo. Giving everybody another pen Black Star with Olvia Academy does nothing, because we already have multiple pen Black Stars. It's like, holy fuck. Yes, that gets people to log in for all of, 1 hour. Or maybe one day, and then they log back out. That doesn't keep people in the game. It preys on people's FOMO. It's like your dad abandoning you your whole life, and then all of a sudden he shows up and gives you a gift and expects you to act like nothing ever fucking happened. You're not gonna all of a sudden, treat your father like he's been there the whole fucking time, right? That's what PA's doing. They're just buying your love. They're trying to buy people to come back, and they don't realize that doesn't make... It gets people to log in because it preys on their FOMO. But it doesn't keep them in the game.
Is nice for the shy I don't play.
If you're not playing the game, then getting a free item... If you're not playing the game because you don't enjoy it, then getting a free item isn't going to magically just make you start enjoying the game again. How about make the game fun again? Add cron stones to grind areas? Yeah, you can buy crons. Crons are available with silver. I'd enjoy the game a bit more if my next deck tap went. But for how long? That's the thing, right? Is all of a sudden, you get one thing and then it's the next item. You get that one little dopamine hit. You know what's even better? When you log in and enjoy systems, because the systems are well designed. When you're excited to log in because there's something fun to do in the game. Once they add Gyphon, it'll be fun for you. Hey, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Yeah, exactly. Unless it's dog shit money. See? And that's such a goofy thing. If something has to be rewarding in order for it to be fun for you, then it's not fun. Then it's not fun. They should work on making it fun first, and then make it rewarding, right? What's up, Armin? Like, look how many times they buff the money in various forms of PvP. It doesn't make those modes any more fun. Bring back hardcore? Yeah. Like, look at that. That's probably the perfect example. People just logged in to hardcore, like 99% of them logged in, spent their 15 minutes doing their quest, and then quickly evacuated with their like 3 billion silver in 15 minutes. Like 99% of the players played it that way. Now, that's partially because they limited the classes. I think a lot more people, you would have seen a lot more people hang out in that mode if they could have played their class that they want to play. Forcing them to play something else. A lot of people just don't want to do that, right? They don't want to be... It's not even an issue with being forced to learn something new. They just don't jive with it, right? Yeah, Warriors, Zerkers were having a blast. Some Rangers, some Sorks. I'm sure I would have spent more time in it if Sage was on there. I wonder, though, why they haven't brought back hardcore. It's been a long time now. It's been a long fucking time. I wonder if they are maybe working on getting many more classes out for it. Yeah. Yeah, instead of just between 9 and 11... having like a specific window where all the PvP takes place every night is so fucking lame. And RBF is so poorly designed. Like, that's supposed to be what you're asking for. But it's so poorly designed with this, these handicaps that it tries to give. And these really confusing mechanics for people who don't understand them, right? And there's no explanation of like debuff circles and... you know, the extra stats you get depending on whether your team is up or down points, and, you know, these shitty mechanics being abused to keep teams locked at their home point. They need to stop copying and pasting areas of the map. Stop trying to cater to the losing team and just have, like... No weird mechanics, just design half a map, mirror it so you know it's symmetrical, and there's no inherent advantage for one side. Have a couple different game modes. And most importantly, make it so, like, back in the day we used to have RBF potions. Give us RBF consumables. So this way, because it creates this really weird environment. Everybody knows how powerful consumables are, and they're expensive, right? So the people who need them the most are the ones who are dying a lot, they don't want to pop them because it becomes expensive. They're dying every minute or two, right? And it's costing them, 100 mil, 100 mil, 100 mil, 100 mil, assuming they're popping a Courage or something. Or I guess 50 mil, 50 mil, 50 mil, 50 mil, 50 mil. That shit adds up fast. And then the people who need it the least are the ones who are super geared and know the mechanics. They're dying the least. So the strongest are popping them and becoming even stronger, and the weakest can't afford to pop them because they're weak, which just makes the whole system even more lopsided. If you just had these consumables on the vendor at the beginning, 1 silver a pop, only usable inside RBF, the money per hour would dramatically go up and everybody would be able to use their consumables. It would be one of the easiest ways to do a massive silver buff to RBF, would be just have 1 silver consumables that are only usable in RBF. Fuck, you don't even have to have it a consumable. Just make it so you talk to the NPC at the beginning. You talk to him and it just puts the buffs on you. And they last for 15 minutes or whatever, and then as soon as you get kicked out of RBF, they're gone. Make those buffs persist through death. Fuck. Seems like such a no-brainer. But here we are, how many years into the game? How do I feel about the new class? It's smooth. It's strong in smaller environments. Has to play kind of ratty, kind of like Awakened Warrior in large scale. Probably a bit more effective than Awakened Warrior in large scale. It's yeah. I mean, it's a good class. If you like Awakened Warrior and you want a more modern one, good for that. I personally, of those two options that you guys are talking about, giving people free clicks versus reducing pities, I prefer the reducing pities mark, but only once a piece of gear has been replaced. So like when we upgraded to Sovereign weapons, making Pen Black Stars more accessible makes sense, right? With adding the Adana armors, making Fallen Gods more accessible makes sense. I think they should never ever reduce the pities though on items that exist and are still the top end. That should only happen once an item has been replaced. And not even immediately after it's been replaced, a little bit later. Right? That's why I thought that this ball was perfect, because at the Heidel ball, they released the Adani armors. I figured 6 months later at the Calpheon ball, make getting your Tet Fallen Gods a lot more reasonable, reduce the pities on them. But yeah, if they were to just all of a sudden reduce the pities on Sovereigns before they're replaced, or reduce the pities on, you know, any of the top gear, yeah, it has a massive negative effect on the people who worked for it, right? But I think once you do it after it's been replaced, then it has minimal effect on the people who worked for it, but creates a nice little catch-up mechanic for the people who are trying to, you know, get to that entry point, for lack of a better word. Entry to what? I don't know. The only thing you could say is uncapped PvP, but uncapped PvP is so dog shit right now. Would you agree that giving away any free crons is essentially reducing the pities? I mean, it gives you free clicks, so if you get 5 clicks, you can effectively say that, you know, that's 5 less pities you have to manually do. But I don't know. I don't know if I would say it's essentially reducing the pities. You can make the argument, which I think I saw in chat, where if you just give away free clicks and people get lucky, then... But people are always going to get lucky no matter what system you have, right? That's just BDO. I think I prefer them reducing pities more than giving away free clicks. Because you give people free clicks, you prey on their FOMO, they log in just to do their clicks, and then if they succeed, maybe they play for a week. If they fail all their clicks, they just log back out. And they're like, this game's still shit. Where if you reduce the pities, then people have to log in and actually play the game in order to take advantage of that. I feel like reducing pities encourages them to play more than just giving them free clicks. Here's maybe a more relatable example. Imagine it's Christmas time. There's a store you don't really normally go to because it's too expensive. But all of a sudden for Christmas, somebody gives you a $50 gift card for that store. Let's say that store just gives you a $50 gift card or something. Maybe it doesn't even have to be Christmas. You're going to go in, you're going to use that gift card, you're going to buy something. And you'll probably go a little bit over the $50 to make sure you use the whole $50. But once that credit is gone, you're not going back again, right? You still don't want to go back to that store for the exact same reason, right? But if said store then instead reduces its prices, you might start going to that store regularly, right? Instead of it being just a one-time go in there and use this credit that was given to me, if they reduce the prices, they might just make it so you just come in there regularly. It might be something you more consider going to. That's kind of how I view the difference between them just giving away free shit versus making earlier progression more accessible. We're never going back to 2 mil crons. Cron prices are only going to go up, not down. They have to do it to combat inflation, too. When they increase cron prices, you shouldn't be mad that they increased cron prices. You should be mad that they let inflation get so out of hand that they had to increase cron prices. What's up, Dukes? Let him know he's a pussy-ass bitch. Oh, he was around like 20 minutes ago. You might be in chat right now. Dragor, you're a pussy-ass bitch. I think the best argument for reducing pities versus just giving free clicks is free clicks only very briefly helps you, and where reducing pities guarantees helps you. One, there's a chance. Another, it's a guarantee. Not just in the short term either, but in the long term. A stimulus versus a pay raise. Yeah, reducing pities in a sense is kind of like a pay raise. Although it's kind of backwards in that sense, but yeah, a stimulus is just them giving you something free. Yeah. Well, that's why, and I think that's important, Orphic. That's why I think pity reductions should only be reserved for items that have been replaced, right? When an old item, like one day there will become a replacement to Sovereign. I think whenever they add the replacement to Sovereign, shortly after, the next ball after they add that item, they should reduce the pities on Sovereign. I think that has very little impact on the players who are trying to be at the bleeding edge of progression, but make sure that there's still a reasonable barrier of entry for newer players. Well, of course, most people would want that, because most people just want something free. But that doesn't mean it's good for the game. You could ask the player base, right? Perlibus could do a notice tomorrow. We're going to give everybody deck weapons and deck armors. And the majority of the player base would be happy, because they're getting something for free. That doesn't mean it's better for the game. Reducing pities gets people to log in the game and actually have to play it in order to take advantage of the reductions. Giving people free clicks gets them to log in, they do their clicks. If they don't get it, they log back out. Even if they get it, they're probably gone in a day or a week anyways, right? If they weren't playing the game. But this notion that, you know, if the majority of the community is happy about something, that it's good for the game is fucking brain dead. Guess what? The government tomorrow could print here's an example. The government tomorrow could print, there's what, 35 million people in Canada? The government tomorrow could print $35 trillion and give every single resident in Canada $1 million. Every single resident in Canada gets $1 million. The government prints 35 trillion to do that and gives it to everybody. Guess what? Most people would be happy until they saw the inflation that followed, right? Because the prices of everything would go through the fucking roof across Canada. Because now you've inflated the market with a whole bunch of currency, right? You've devalued the currency. So people would be happy, but in the long term, it would hurt them way more. I don't understand why people... It goes to show how little people understand about inflation. And they don't realize, so many people are like... When they see the government increasing their taxes on something, it's very easy for them to get mad at that. Because they view that immediately like, oh yeah, that's less money I'm going to be making on every paycheck, all right? Or more I'm going to have to spend on this good. But people don't realize that printing money, when the government prints monies to pay for its own expenditures, because they're not taxing enough money, people don't immediately get mad at that. Because they don't realize that it's ruining the purchasing power of their savings that they have. The money they're putting aside, so when they retire in 20 years, whenever the government prints money, it's devaluing that. You're losing purchasing power from your savings. I almost said silver. And it's effectively the same thing as being taxed, except it's way more sinister. It's way more sinister. I do not understand why people don't fucking lose their minds every time they see their government printing money, because that is way worse than taxing. Taxing is bad too, depending on what you're taxing for. There's obviously critical infrastructure that, you know, don't generate revenue for themselves, like your roads and shit, that obviously you're going to need, if you want to maintain them, you're going to have taxes for that. Yeah. Yeah, there's always going to be exceptions. But, you know, if you quit the game and they give you free clicks, and then you fail those clicks, you know, it's not like all of a sudden the game's more fun because they gave you 5 free clicks. You're just going to log out, right? Whatever reason you had quit before, you're still going to quit. If you get lucky and click, you might stick around for a bit longer. But you're very likely to eventually be reminded why you quit to begin with. Yep. Just take a look at the Steam charts, right? The Steam charts are the perfect example. Take a look at every ball, every single ball. You see an immediate spike in the population, and then it rapidly drops back down. It doesn't immediately drop back down because usually the ball comes with some stuff that keeps people in the game temporarily. But by the time we get to the next ball, we're basically back to exactly where we started, and the cycle repeats. Should you mass process or regular? It doesn't really matter which, right? If during that time you're going to fill your inventory, then when you get home or back from work, you're still going to have the same amount of resources in your inventory, regardless of whether it did it quicker or slower, right? Well, we still don't have Olvia Academy, and we still don't know how the implementation of it is going to be, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch. I think there's some potential with it, but how many times have we said that something new has potential, and then it ends up being meaningless? Wouldn't be the first time, right? Like this Altar of Blood thing that they're planning on doing, I have very little expectations of that. Even if the hardest level ends up being challenging immediately, I can't imagine it infinitely progressing, getting more and more difficult. I do feel like there's going to be a start, like an easiest, and a hardest, and very, very quickly, because of power creep, the hardest mode is going to become trivial and people ignore it again. It'll be like your C10 bosses. Initially they're difficult, and then a couple pieces of gear get added to the game and it's brain dead. You're just face rolling through it. It was a two-parter. That was the primary reason, but it was also in an attempt to balance PvE between classes, and classes are closer than they've ever been in terms of a grind balance. But now, yeah. Now it makes... Because the thing is people want to grind their favorite spots. They don't want to be forced to move to the next spot if they really enjoyed this spot they're at. So there was some value in being able to try to min-max and improve and, you know, get stronger at one spot. And these 5% caps have eliminated that, right? This whole game is RNG. I mean, getting mad about RNG in Black Desert would be like getting mad at NASCAR for taking left turns. You know what you got into when you joined the game, and if you don't like it, leave the game, but expecting the game to change for you is just kind of silly. Yeah. I mean, the pity system has massively reduced RNG, the effect of it, right? You can still get lucky, but now you can't get absolutely turbo fucked. Savior bombs look very unexciting. Very uninspired. Just copied and pasted abilities again. Maybe most exciting for dark mode, but in general. The best thing about the Savior Raboms is they don't look useless like some classes have. That's about it. Some classes have some really bad Raboms. That's the best thing about Savior Raboms, is they look like they will have a use to them, but nothing that's really interesting. I personally think they dropped the ball with the Raboms. I feel like they could have leaned into those Raboms, more into the angelic and demon side of it. Have maybe some interesting utility potentially there that brings into the kit, and that would have been far more interesting. Imagine if you had a Rabom that in light form it was a heal, and in dark form it was like an AoE magic attack, right? Something like that could have been far more interesting. The pity system affects pay-to-win players and free-to-play players equally. It doesn't lean more towards one or the other. If you have an issue with pay-to-win, the biggest impact on pay-to-win is them leaning into these boxes. This is what is dramatically, or I guess you can't see, let me scroll down a bit further. These types of things are what dramatically increase the amount of pay-to-win in BDO. Especially because when a whale wails on this shit, there is no value provided to the free-to-play player, right? They get all the crons they need, they get the memory fragments they need to repair, they get the stacks they need for the click, and they contribute nothing to you. Where when whales had a limit and they sold costumes, right? Not only could they only sell 35 costumes a week, so there was a limit on the amount of money they could earn, but they extended the value to the free-to-play player. You would then buy said costumes from the person, and that 2.1 million silver you spent is now worth 3 million silver or billion silver per costume. So they effectively increased the value of your grind, the free-to-play player, right? It was a symbiotic relationship. No, it doesn't work that way, Goki. We had it good back then? We did. We did. That's one thing that's kind of exciting about them changing the Alchemy Stone to be more silver-based, is it could potentially get the whales swiping more for silver, selling more costumes. Right? Which then brings more value to the free-to-play player. Now, they kind of fucked up with it. Making it cheaper and having it time-gated means that most people will be able to sustain their clicks very easily without even having to whale. They shouldn't have time-gated it, and I personally think they shouldn't have reduced the cost. They should have kept it something that was insanely expensive. Because then it would have made whales go crazy and sell costumes every week, which would have then extended value to you guys, right? If the whales are constantly selling costumes and you can buy costumes off the market, now your your deck sovereign weapon that costs, let's say, $1.5 trillion, now only costs you $1 trillion on average because you're able to use costume crons. Right? It's taking a third of the value off, the third of the time that you have to grind off the value of the item if the whales are selling costumes. That's why it's so important that they figure out a way to get back to getting whales to sell costumes. But the problem is, you know, these gacha boxes, these gamble boxes are just so fucking much money for them. You have somebody on their birthday dump $3,000 into boxes, just where in the past, right, the max you could sell was 35 costumes a week, right? At $30 a costume, you know, that's only $1,000. You say only $1,000, it's still a lot of money, but, you know, there was a hard limit on it. But when a whale sells a costume, they convert real money to 2.1 billion silver. But that money you spent buying the costume earns you 900 million silver. So you almost effectively earn half of what they paid, what they swiped for, just by buying the costume from them, right? You're making 900 mil off that purchase. They're making 2.1 bill off that purchase. That's nearly half the value the free-to-play player is getting from the whale. Which is kind of ironic in a sense too, right? Because the whole purpose, one of the main purposes whales swipe is they're trying to get an advantage over the free-to-play player. But when they swiped costumes and sold them, they were speeding up the progression of the free-to-play player by swiping. It was kind of a catch-22. It made it harder for them to catch up and pass the free-to-play player because they were enhancing the progression of the free-to-play player. Whales selling on the central market helps control inflation. It actually doesn't, because there's no tax on costumes being sold. That initial purchase from a whale does not get taxed, so it doesn't actually affect inflation. People don't realize how inflated, like right now, every region has to buy vendor crons like crazy for their clicks. If all of a sudden there was no such thing as vendor crons, I don't think people realize how crazy inflation would go. There's a lot of silver being sucked out of the economy every day. Every time somebody buys a vendor cron, that silver is just deleted. If all of a sudden your clicks instead of crons just took like blackstones and sharps and shit like that, all those things would be sold out at max price and people would be sitting with, like your average player would probably be sitting with trillion silver in its inventory that it can't spend. Wrong, some of you guys said costumes sit on the market, and I believe them, yeah. The problem is people see me, right? They'd be like, oh, this man has 1,000 costumes. Costumes must be so free. And they don't realize that, like, there's a clip of me 2 years ago with most of these costumes then. All my clicks I did on my Sovereign offhand and my Sovereign main hand, not a single one of them was from a costume. They were all from silver, because I can't spend my silver fast enough buying costumes. So why would I open costumes when costumes are the one thing that will inflate with the economy? I wonder what whales like more, the old costume selling or Gamba boxes? Oh, Gamba boxes for sure. No doubt about it, the Gamba boxes. Right now, with the way the game's currently designed, you couldn't go back to just making costumes sell, or whales sell costumes anyways, because there's almost nothing you could buy with costumes, right, with silver. Once they get their dawn crystals and stuff, you know, everything just requires crons. And it doesn't make sense for them to buy costumes, to then sell them for silver and then buy vendor crons. That would be completely counterproductive, right? That's why you need more things in the game that soak up silver. I think it's important to have things that use crons, but I think it's a balancing act, like with everything in life. You need some things that soak up silver and some that can use crons. What I found funny was how they were like, yeah, Edonia is for like the 1% of the player base. And then they go and show that 20% of the player base is grinding Tenebrom and Zephyros. They like completely contradicted themselves and they didn't even fucking realize it. Like 600 people at max. I don't know about at max, but once again, like, Dex Sovereign Weapon is expensive, sure, but you don't need it to grind Zephyros. You gotta remember, those last, you can come out here and grind at Oct weapons. People aren't doing uncapped PvP. Having that extra AP doesn't matter for your grind. So being all hung up on how expensive a Nov to Dex Sovereign is kind of goofy. You do not need it for anything. Except for the mode, the game modes that people aren't playing. But people still want it for free. And I hope one day they do reduce Sovereign, but like I said, after they add a new replacement. I hope whatever the next tier of gear is too, I hope when you hand in a deck, you don't automatically start it like an Oct or a Nov. I hope it's a much bigger crunch. Like a deck gets exchanged for a pen. Oct for base, deck for pen. Something like that. Deck for a base? That could be a problem. But shit, I'd be down. Like I said, the more hardcore you make the game, the happier I am. But I'm obviously, you know... I like that shit. I thrive in those environments. When I see something that's unobtainable, that feels unobtainable, it makes me even more so want to obtain it. Like I said, I didn't talk about it much, but I did intend on going for Pen Fallen Gods eventually. I just wanted to save up enough resources that I could do enough clicks, and if I went average on all 4 pieces, I'd get all 4. I wanted a fuckload of silver saved up. And I didn't want to trickle spend my silver while going for it, just in case, because it was such a monumental task. Just in case they do something that trivializes it. And my decision making was good, because, you know, the Adana armors in a sense trivialized Pen Fallen God. So I'm really happy I didn't decide to trickle my silver into it. I would have been left with massive regret. What's the silver bank? I mean, I only got like 2 trillion silver, or 1.7 trill raw silver, but I'm getting probably pretty close to 10 trillion in terms of like crons and enhancing shit and stuff that I'd use. Sage main things? I had fuckloads of silver before Sage even came out. Being smart with your money, playing the game a lot, also has a lot more to do with it. Do you still use workers? Of course, right? I always have my workers going. Making money in BDO is easy. Not spending your money on useless shit that's where people struggle. It's a lot easier these days to save silver and not fuck it up because everybody's crawling. Unless you accidentally click, you're not really going backwards in progression. It was really bad back in the day because people would tilt enhance and then they would blow up slots of gear. Or people would, they would constantly change their gear around, right? They'd be like, oh, I want to do a full evasion build, and all of a sudden they sell their DR stuff, and then they get taxed on it. And then they go evasion, and they're like, they had the grass is greener syndrome, and now all of a sudden they're like, fuck, now I want to go back to DR, and they sell it all over again and go back, right? And then all of a sudden they're like, ah, shit, you know what? I hate these evasion losers. Now I'm going to go accuracy, and they sell everything again and buy accuracy accessories. But now they can't do damage to the DR people, so they sell the accuracy accessories, and they go back to AP. And they don't realize that over the course of that year, they've thrown away multiple hundreds of billions of silver to the tax man, right? The way the game is currently designed, it actually protects people that have that fucking brain rot mentality, the grass is greener syndrome, where they always think whatever it is they're not doing, that's the better choice, right? There's so many people. Strat. The funniest thing, Stratified. He used to do like a monthly YouTube video, money maneuvers or something like that, right? Talking about him moving his money around to make some gains. And it's funny because like every video he would do, you would look at the gear and it's like he was going backwards in progression from video to video. Or staying the same. There's like a 6-month gap between two videos, but his gear is exactly the same. Just, it's all of a sudden shifted to evasion instead of DR or some other shit. Like, people like him were so bad with their money. Him and Trep, holy fuck. Trep was practically paying pilots back in the day just to enable him to swap his gear every other week. Oh, fuck. The money is maneuvering all right, just not where it should be, yeah. There's so many people who are so bad with their silver, too. I remember Joe Never Fails. He was trying to do raw taps for Tet Blackstar to build the stack. And I was legit. Every time he would raw tap on a try for Tet, he would sell the duo back to the market. I would buy the duo, tap it back to try for practically free, and then sell it back to him. And I siphoned so much silver out of his account doing that, because he did not realize how free try Blackstars were. I was legit just sitting there watching his stream. Every time he'd click, it would hit the market. I would instantly buy it, immediately tap it back up, relist it back to the market. Like every time, it was like 500 million silver I'm making. Half a bill, half a bill, half a bill. No. He also had that mentality where things didn't have value if he got them if he acquired them himself. So if he went and grinded up, like went and did some gathering for sharps, he would treat those sharps like they were free. So when he was done his enhancing, he'd be like, "Oh, look at all the money I made." And then he doesn't factor in the value of the item that he used to tap to the next stage. He doesn't factor in the value of all the resources he spent enhancing it. Because in his mind, they were free. And he didn't realize that effectively by doing that, you're saying that your time has no value. Right? If you're saying that the time you spend getting things, because you spent the time getting those things, that those things are free, you're effectively saying your time has no value. And there's a ton of people with that mentality. The market capture days, that was miserable. That was miserable. As painful a video was, it was a good time. You know, back in the day, I don't know if it's just me looking at the past through rose-tinted glasses. I kind of want us to go back to it, but I also remember being miserable at the time because of it. But was this non-event driven economy we used to have, where if you wanted to do clicks on a crescent ring, you had to go grind your own bases. They were never on the market, right? If you wanted to click a Bassi belt, you had to go to Bassi's and grind your bases. Every spot had a purpose if you wanted to progress a slot, right? You had to go there to get your bases. And I think that made the game feel more alive and more interesting. At the time, I hated it because I was like, I don't want to go to Bassi's. I don't want to go Crescents. But, like, in hindsight now, it made your gameplay experience, it shook it up, right? It made it so, like, you had different scenery depending on what you wanted to work on. Now, because it's such an event-driven economy and everything you can get is on the market, you just go wherever the best silver spot is in the game. You just go spend 1,000 hours at wherever the best silver spot you can grind, and you can get everything you need, right? Variety driven by progression is way better than silver an hour. Yeah, I agree. We don't realize how good we had it. As much as we hated it, right? As much as we hated it at the time, having to go to places we didn't want to go to, now we miss having our gameplay shaken up. Although, maybe they are kind of moving back to that, with the Rifts no longer giving accessories every week. I think there's a lot of people, because if they want their DP stones and stuff now, they have to actually go out and grind cadres for that shit. If they want their DR crystals, right? I don't know, I wonder if those Essences of Dawn sit on the market. Nope, sold out. Every single tier of them. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You have Dekia Kadri, so now you can go there if you want to work on those crystals. I'm getting hacked. I guess we don't really have... Oh no, I guess we have sulfur mines and... what you call it for the evasion ones, right? You can go for Sissels. What else do you have? BSRs, you have any of the Tungrad spots, right? So, like, History, Aukman. Accuracy. How are Cyclops? Cyclops might be okay, right? For your accuracy ones. I don't know about the other spots. Do you think the upcoming group content will be nice? I have no idea. I hope it is. Not because I want to do it. I don't like doing group content, but I think it is important for the health of an MMO to have group options for people. You get 0 Dawns an hour at Cyclops, it feels bad. That must be pretty rare. I remember Dawns being pretty common there. Yeah, Dragor. Believe it or not, once again, I don't say that they should cater only to me. I say they should cater to everyone, which includes me. They should do things that improve the game for everyone. By the way, Dukes was here a little bit ago. He said, "You're a bitch," and then he left. Catered to everyone and finally nerfed Sage? Oh. I mean, I've seen a lot of yappers talk about how busted Sage was. And then when Sage, like before even Sage caught its most recent nerf, they were on it and they were still struggling. I'm not saying Sage is weak. I'm just saying most people are going to complain no matter what about anything, and they just happen to be shit players. It doesn't matter how busted a class is, they're still going to struggle on it. And instead of acknowledging their own shortcomings and trying to get better, instead they would rather tear other people down. Shit is busted? I don't know. Not to throw anybody under the bus, but Justin's been a Sage main forever, and he still hasn't managed to get top 100 on it. Although he seemed like he had a limited schedule the last 2 seasons, so maybe there's a reason for that. A flat 20% DPS buff to grind Adania. They might be referring to Suck Sage. Suck Sage has an issue with getting back attacks, and back attacks are extremely important for grinding. If Suck Sage could actually get regular back attacks like Awakened Sage could, it would actually grind better than Awakened Sage, but because it can't, it grinds worse. What's your top 3 classes in your opinion, PvE based? The 3 you enjoy the most. If you treat the game like a job, it's going to feel like a job. If you treat it like a game, it's going to feel like a game. Yeah, Wukong's a good grinder. I've always focused on grinding whatever I enjoy the most. I could grind faster on my Seraph right now, and I don't mind grinding on Seraph, but I prefer Awakening Sage. Every time I play something else, as soon as I come back to my Sage, it just feels like home. It just feels comfy. It's like getting back from a vacation, right? You enjoy going on vacations, but whenever you get back from a vacation and you get to sleep that first night in your bed at home, it's always so nice, right? Because it's home, right? That's how Sage is for me. That's how you know your class truly is your main. And guess what? Grinding longer is almost always going to dramatically increase your silver income versus grinding faster for less time. If you're playing something you don't enjoy, who cares if you're grinding 10% faster if you only play for 1 to 2 hours and then you're burnt out? Where if you grind on something you genuinely love and you're grinding 10% slower, but now you're sitting there for 4 or 5 hours grinding, you're going to end up with way more silver at the end of the day. Bring back Warriors, Ethian? If I were to ever fuck around with Warrior, it would be Suck Warrior. Suck Warrior with this charging thrust essay, that's kind of huge for Suck Warrior. What are you doing, Dragor? What's your problem? Pays his bills and feeds his kids. I make money while doing it, so obviously that contributes to it. But I genuinely enjoy just hanging out with you guys. Like I said, I grind on a class I enjoy. I make sure it's spots that I enjoy. And I hang out with people that I enjoy with. Unfortunately, Dragor has been making it feel more like a chore every day, but I mean, the rest of you are pretty cool.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
I need to actually go make some lunch soon. This job is too easy. I don't know. I don't know. Might be one of the hardest jobs ever. I was wondering if you were going to get the reference. Okay, maybe you're all right too, Dragor. How much silver saved? Doesn't matter. I don't grind for saving silver. Play for the journey, not for the destination, and you'll find yourself having a much more enjoyable time. My one key seems to be stuck. No. What's it looking like? Around 25. Oh, his one key. Gotcha. Yeah. That's very easy to say when you've arrived at the destination months ago. There's always a new destination. Always. And if you don't focus on the destination, you'll spend a lot more time in enjoying the journey. But you've already reached? No, I don't. I got armors that still need to be enhanced up. Soon an alchemy stone. There's always a new one, Krushak. Always a new one. And if you spend all your time being worried about what you don't have, instead of enjoying the destination, you're just going to be depriving yourself of a good time. Why play for the very infrequent dopamine hits when you can play for your everyday journey? You stop caring? I mean, you care enough to be making these comments about it, so you haven't completely stopped caring. If you weren't a streamer, you wouldn't grind this much? If I didn't have people to hang out with while grinding, no, I would not grind this much. I'm actually, right after this cycle, gonna go get food. It's that time of day. Night cycle's about to start. Perfect time to go make lunch. It's actually phenomenal to me how concerned people are with my progression and how much they piss and moan about their progression. And if they just made better decisions with their silver and found ways to enjoy their time, they would realize that they would progress faster too and enjoy the time doing it more. You were slow, Kaliak. I was able to finish my thought before you got that mute out. Dumb bitch. Haha, wasted your points. My points now. Backwards progression is the only progression. It's like golf, right? Try to get that gear score down to 0. And then maybe exploit a little and go into the negative. People hate seeing video players happy and content on the game. Yeah. And then you have Dragor, who, as soon as I'm being critical about something that I don't enjoy, will act like all the things I do enjoy don't exist anymore. I do still genuinely enjoy this game. I just know I could enjoy it more. And there's nothing wrong with me wanting to enjoy it more.
Is it over yet? It should be about over. You gotta practice that timing. Do you think you'd enjoy it as much if you weren't streaming?
I literally just said that I wouldn't, right? Enjoying, like, hanging out with you guys and just shooting the shit definitely makes this way more enjoyable. I like hearing about your guys' progression, your journeys. Sometimes you get unlucky. I like seeing it when you guys get lucky. Just talking about the random nonsense that we talk about. My phone? Oh, it was. Oh. Okay. Fucking nighttime. What the hell's going on? I took a journey to the fridge earlier, got a glass of water, almost tripped, but didn't. Movie worthy. What is your belly sticking out so far? You can't even see your feet anymore? You're just tripping on shit? I don't know what I'm gonna make for lunch today. Probably eggs. I have a nice turkey stock. I'm gonna be making turkey soup for dinner later. I'm excited for that. Oh yeah. He's probably talking about his boyfriend Richard, who's laying there on the floor. He's tripping on him. Do I life skill at all? A little bit, only out of necessity, not because I enjoy it. Right, I have my life skills leveled up. My processing's been going up quite a bit because like every evening when I'm not streaming, I'm playing Diablo, but I've been having myself AFK processing ingots. And I've actually probably gained, I don't even know how many guru levels, but my processing's been going up faster than I expected it to. And I haven't even done a whole lot. Like I've been doing the knock ore, and I've done like 400,000 of that.
Ooh, a bond, let's go.
And I haven't even turned the shards into ingots yet. This is probably going to be much more XP working this shit down than working this shit down was. And then after that, I'll start working on some of this other shit. Diablo 2? No, Diablo 4. I've been messing with that. It's been a lot of fun. I've been really enjoying it. Yeah, Paladin's fun. If they added that Paladin into BDO, oh my god, that'd be so amazing. Do you mine your ore or just buy them? Neither. My workers collect them over time. Right? I have a worker empire that's always working. And they just funnel all the materials there. Why is it a necessity to do that? I don't know for sure it's going to be a necessity to do it. But the new alchemy stone is supposed to have like a few trillion silver costs. And it's supposed to be primarily through, they say silver. But it's not going to cost raw silver really. It's mainly sharps. And it might be a lot of polishing cost. So it's not 10 trillion anymore. They're redoing it. The average is like 3 trillion. For me, not thank God. I would have liked it to be 100 trillion. but I like hard things. So don't make it weird, chat. I'm going to go make some lunch now. I fucking knew it. As soon as those words came out of my mouth, I was like, oh, for fuck's sakes. Why did I say that? God damn it. Got the cam on? No, I'm gone now. The cam will be on when I get back. I'm going to go make some lunch. Oh, shit. Stretching my back feels so fucking good. Woo.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Uh, uh.
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
What's up, chat? Made myself. Normally I make over easy eggs, but today I was just feeling like some scrambled eggs. So scrambled it is. Chipped a half a tooth? Oh, what the fuck? What'd you chip that shit on? That was a hard cock, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, shit. Was candy? Oh. Yeah, you gotta watch. You gotta watch trying to chew on those hard. Was it a Tootsie Pop? Were you trying to figure out how many licks to get to the center of one? And then you ended up biting it? You're not supposed to use your teeth on a hard cock? Oh. Sorry, I'm not an expert on it. Next time I need to know about sucking a cock, I'll have to ask you, Cody. Got you. God, I love eggs. You know what? I'm going back to chicken. We had a conversation the other day, and I was like, if I had to choose either steak or chicken, and somebody was like, but what if you consider the whole cow? Because if you're saying chicken, you're considering the whole chicken. You know what I didn't consider, though? is eggs. If I just decide to have cow, like sure there's like really good cuts of meat from a cow, but there's no cow eggs. I mean, you're thinking of bull eggs, not cow. Cows are the females. There's no cow eggs. I know where you're going. You're thinking of bulls. Oh, hell yeah. By the way, Dregor, I get the eggs, but not the tuna. I eat tuna like once every 3 months. Eggs I eat every fucking day. What do I should do later though? I should boil a bunch of eggs and make egg salad. Shit, I didn't grab a glass of water. I'll be back, chat. I'm gonna grab something to drink. I need to get back on my diet. I managed to make it through the whole holidays, all of December, without putting on any extra weight. But I need to get back on the diet, shave off that last 10 pounds I was aiming for. Excuse me. I just realized I haven't been watching my YouTube or Kick Chat. Sorry, anybody, if you guys have been talking. Yeah, usually I gain 5 to 10 pounds over the holidays. You got all the good food, all the goodies. It's hard not to put on a few pounds, but yeah, I managed to make it through. Yeah. I pay attention to my carbs. Because paying attention to carbs will have pretty dramatic, dramatic effect on the amount of calories you consume too. So like my scrambled eggs, just a tablespoon of olive oil, eggs. Drink your coffee black in the morning. Just drink water throughout the day. You don't realize how many calories you can cut out of your daily intake by just drinking black coffee and water. It's actually kind of wild. Stay away from fruit juices and soda. Takes care of your teeth too? Yeah. Every once in a while I'll get like a Dr. Pepper Zero or something. But it's far and few. Ginger ale is so good too. I don't know if I've ever seen like a ginger ale zero. Yeah, I mean everything's bad for you in large quantities. You drink too much water, it can kill you. Everything is about moderation. I feel like it's hard to find good fountain Coke these days. I swear, every place that has a soda dispenser, I don't know what it is, they either don't clean it properly or some shit, but it always tastes slightly off. All those yummy germs? Germs. By the way, chat, we're back down to these shorter streams. I had to start picking up my daughter from school at 2:30 again. So back down to the like 5-hour streams. I don't know. Something you did wrong, something you missed. I don't know what. Don't care to find out. Sprite is delicious. I love Sprite. Fresca too. Fresca is delicious. The only thing I really like from McDonald's probably their chicken nuggets. I don't know if I really care for much else on their menu. Like for burgers, I'd rather go to like Burger King or Wendy's. For fries, oh yeah, maybe a McGriddle too. McGriddles are good. I prefer Tim Hortons sausage on a biscuit though over a McGriddle. I don't know. There's something about a Whopper. It just hits different with me. I love a good Whopper. If I had to choose between Burger King and Wendy's, though, I'm picking Wendy's. Dave's Classic Double. Baconator? Baconator's kind of a novelty. It's okay. There was one time I went to a Burger King, and they were all out of burgers. And I was like, how the fuck are you guys gonna call yourselves Burger King if you can't even serve burgers right now? What the actual fuck? You know what's one thing I never tried was KFC's Double Down. Where it was like 2 breaded pieces of chicken for the buns. And like bacon and cheese in between. I never tried that. I bet it was delicious. Yeah, we used to only have 1 Burger King, but now there's 3. We don't have a Chick-fil-A here, but every time we're at a place that has a Chick-fil-A, I have to get it. Chick-fil-A is so good. I love Chick-fil-A. I like it better than Popeyes. The butter? Is it? I don't know what it is, but it's always... I am never disappointed after going to Chick-fil-A. The service is great. The food is great. Doesn't cost an arm and a leg. They marinate the chicken in pickle juice? Is that true? I don't taste it. I typically am not a fan of pickles on burgers because I find that it kind of takes over. And I feel like if they marinated it in pickle juice, I would have noticed that. You put tomato on one? Yeah, tomato's fantastic. Tomato is like the ultimate condiment because like when you put like sauces and stuff on your burger or on your chicken sandwich, whatever it might be, it's usually to add a little bit of moisture to it. I feel like a nice thinly sliced tomato is the ultimate condiment because it doesn't drown out the taste of the burger. It just adds the perfect amount of freshness and lubrication. Fucking love tomato. Yeah. Oh, I can eat a raw tomato. Give me like a little beefsteak tomato. I'll cut it in slices, put it on the chopping board, like lay all the slices down side by side, and sprinkle just a little bit of salt and black pepper on them. And I'll eat them just like that. I'll do the same thing with cucumber too. Fucking absolutely fantastic. I actually do not care for ketchup. There's two things I will have ketchup on. Okay, three things. I'll put a little bit on a hot dog. I'll put a little bit on a burger. And I'll make like a ketchup-based like meatloaf, like barbecue sauce. And like that's about it. And when I'm say a little bit of ketchup on like a hot dog or burger, I mean a little bit. I'll do like a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 ratio of mustard to ketchup. Because I fucking love mustard. Mustard's the ultimate condiment. One day you... Oh, that's right, grilled cheese too, yeah. I prefer to dip it in tomato soup, but ketchup is like a compromise. That is a massive... It is. But sometimes I'm feeling lazy. I don't feel like making tomato soup. Homemade tomato soup, too. Oh, my God. You get, like, your onion, some jalapeno, your tomatoes, garlic, and you just, like... You chop them up, lay them on a roasting pan with a little bit of olive oil, salt, and pepper, and then you roast them in the oven till they're, like, some black bits and stuff. And then you basically just take that with a little bit of chicken broth, stuff it in a blender and blend it till it's smooth. Holy, that's fucking good. Throwing like a little basil and shit in there too. Mmm. So damn good. And the blender cooks it too. Well, it's all already cooked, right? Because you roasted it in the oven. You can keep it a little chunky if you want. I like it really smooth myself. I'll blend the shit out of it. But yeah, put a little jalapeno. I'm telling you guys, if you haven't put jalapeno in your homemade tomato soup, you are missing out. Getting that little bit of bite in there is perfect. This all we do is sit around talking about food all the time? Holy fuck. Yeah, this is Dragor's fault. Meatballs, tomato sauce, macaroni, Mamma Mia for dessert. I don't know what Mamma Mia is. But I make my own homemade tomato sauce. I'll get a can of Manzano tomatoes. I can never remember the name. And yeah, I'll make my own homemade either bolognese or meatballs and then make my own sauce. I'm not a huge fan. I mean, like getting canned or jarred sauce just off the grocery store shelf is a good compromise, but man, if you're willing to make your own sauce, it's not hard. And it makes a massive difference. Do you guys prefer like a meatless sauce or a bolognese or meatballs when you're having like spaghetti? San Marzano, that's what I was thinking of, yeah. Depends on the mood, but normally meat sauce. Yeah, that's normally what I go for too. Usually because when I'm making my own, when I'm making pasta, I like to make my own sauce. I couldn't be bothered to make my own noodles and my own sauce and spend the time making the meatballs too. At that point, it's too much work. It's great, don't get me wrong, but man. You guys want to know a little hack for making like really easy meatballs and meatloaf and hamburgers? Here's a little hack. It's obviously not going to be as good as like normally, but it's better than eating like a frozen burger patty or something. Onion soup mix. Just, I can't remember what it's called. But take your breadcrumbs, a bit of milk, wet the breadcrumbs, beat your egg into it as well, and then mix that into the ground beef with some onion soup mix. And you'll have like a very basic meatball or hamburger that has a solid flavor to it and requires very little effort. A bouillon? No, that's not a bouillon. If you're talking about like the either breadcrumbs, panko, milk, and egg. I can't remember what it's called. There's some technical term for it. I can never remember it. Waiting for the IRL cooking stream. I am tempted sometimes. Only thing about that is I'd have to keep my kitchen clean. I'm actually not a huge fan of our kitchen counters. They were nice when we moved in, because we were used to the like linoleum covered counters in all the apartments we lived in. But the these counters, they have like, it's like a, not marble, but it's like a stone tile countertop, which seems great until you realize that all the little grout lines are like perfect areas to collect food. So it's just constantly such a pain in the ass to be constantly cleaning between the tiles. At this point, I actually just want to rip out all the counters and just replace them. No, I'd prefer Butcher Block. But even Butcher Block requires some maintenance, right? At this point, I wouldn't even care going back to just like a vinyl or linoleum covered countertops. Butcher Block would be a massive improvement over what we have. panade. I think that is what it's called. A pasta made from bread soaked in milk. Acts as a binder. Yeah, and then I'll mix the egg in with it too, before I mix it in with the beef. And it becomes like this very snotty, like, texture. But, yeah, it works really great for mixing in with your meatballs and working as a binder. I find you season the panade, and before you mix in with the beef, then you don't have to overwork the beef.
Is that the end?
Yo, good afternoon, computer. Hope you're all having a wonderful day today. Thank you very much for the raid. All you heard was balls being worked? It said beef, not balls. What the hell? What is on your mind? Honest mistake. You look like the psychologist in Analyze This movie with Robert De Niro. Nope. I don't know who that is. I know who Robert De Niro is. I don't know the psychologist you're talking about. Hello, Nikovics. You have a picture or a name of the dude? I've been told that I look like Brad Pitt or Chris Evans or, you know, people like that. So this might sound crazy, but I like a weird family recipe. Chicken spaghetti casserole. Boil a whole chicken. Debone, shred chicken, cook spaghetti pasta and chicken stock. Mix chicken noodles, onion soup mix, and a couple cans of cream of mushroom. Layer in a casserole dish, top with layered cheese, bake in the oven. Like, there's some things in there that sound alright, but I feel like there's so many steps that you're sacrificing on flavor. Like boiling a chicken. I don't know why you wouldn't just slow roast the chicken instead of boiling it and then, you know, losing so much flavor to the water. What I'd do is I would roast the whole chicken, pull the meat off the chicken, and then make a stock from the bones. You know how I... Tell me, Dragor. How? Tell me. I gotta hear this. You were bluffing? Oh. You're like, fuck! He called me out on it and I got nothing. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm sure that's good. I just feel like I could elevate it. I'm pretty confident looking at that recipe right there. There's a lot of things I could do that I could already one-up that dish Yeah. So I could roast the whole chicken, pull it apart, put the beef in a pot, the bones in a pot, make a nice stock out of it with some aromatic vegetables, reduce that, strain it, reduce it down. Cooking the pasta, and it sounds fantastic, in the stock. And then, let's see, instead of the cans of cream of mushroom soup, and don't get me wrong, I cook with cans of cream of mushroom soup. It is so easy all the time. But if you really want to take it to the next level, put a little bit of olive oil in your pan and salt and pepper and cook. Just dice up some mushrooms and caramelize them with some onions in the pan. Make a nice little roux, add it to that, and make your own little mushroom onion sauce. Mushroom onion garlic sauce. And then mix that sauce with the cooked pasta and the chicken, and then put some Parmesan on top and roast that in a pan. Ooh, or in the oven, sorry. Now that sounds fantastic to me. That NVIDIA driver update is out? Is it? Okay. I'll have to update it later. I wish BDO would allow us to use DLSS and frame generation. And a newer version of FSR. I'd love that for BDO. I mean, you can force frame gen through software, but it's still not the same as native support. Like, you can get, I can never remember the name of it. Lossless scaling also has frame generation built into it now that you can force on for apps. You know, there is no native DLSS support. Curious if Crimson Desert will support it? Yeah, I wonder. I should have, when I was playing it, I should have asked to see if I was allowed to go in the settings and take a look at. I just asked them straight up. I'm like, are you guys using any upscaling or frame generation? And he said no. And the engine was running beautifully. I did, Dragor! Holy man! It was amazing! You're such an idiot. Oh, shit, right there. Boom. As long as the engine is well coded, you don't need an upscaler or frame generation. I mean, it's always a massive benefit to have it available. Assuming everybody has high-end hardware is kind of goofy, right? And having good upscaling is a really good way to accommodate, especially if you have a card, like if you're trying to play at a higher like a higher resolution, but you're running into memory limitations, especially on your GPU. Although I would argue it seems counterproductive to be trying to play at 4K if you don't have the hardware to support it. But these days, the upscaling is so good. Playing at 4K using DLSS is probably better than playing at native 2K. But it's always a good thing to have more accessibility to your product, not less. Well coded, that's the kryptonite for PA. I mean, people like to talk their shit about this engine, but they forget that this engine is over a decade old and it's still competing with games today, with MMOs today. So, I mean, you can talk your shit all you want, but they did a damn good job with this engine. It obviously has its limitations, but at this point, this engine, if you consider the point of conception, like, this engine's probably at least 15 years old now. So, yeah, people can talk their shit like PA's incompetent in this regard, but they clearly aren't. And it's looking like the Black Space engine is going to be even better. Yeah, that's primarily what it's for, right? That's what upscaling does, is it takes a lower resolution image and it stretches it to be larger, and then it uses the technology to try to make sure it's adding more details into it, right? So this way you're not sacrificing as much on image quality. But yeah, if you can run at a native 4K, it's obviously going to be better than an upscaled 4K. No, this engine has its limitations, but be realistic. The fact that it still competes, when you consider how quickly technology ages, the fact that BDO still competes with modern games, like 15 years later, is a fucking feat to acknowledge. And to not acknowledge it, to try to tear it down, just shows your inherent bias against the product, and that you lack objective thinking. But obviously it can be improved upon. Every engine out there can be improved upon. That isn't really saying anything. It's still built on the same engine. It's not like they rebuilt the engine. I think you're confusing what remastering actually does and what the engine does. There's some conflation going on there. Yeah. Oh, people forget that. Pearl Abyss was a little indie company. BDO was, like, unless there's something I've never heard of out there, BDO was their first project, and they dove in headfirst into a genre of games that is extremely risky for even, like, AAA game developers to try to step into. And they dove in headfirst into it. And there's a whole graveyard of MMOs there's a whole graveyard of MMOs. And there's a whole graveyard of MMOs that would have loved to be as successful as Black Desert is. Ship of Theseus isn't really the same engine, but once again, you're conflating things, right? I understand what you mean by the Ship of Theseus, right? Like, if you replace all the parts on the ship, is it still the original ship? But it's not like all the parts have been replaced. Like, this is like having a boat and putting a coat of paint on it, and now you're trying to call it like it's a new boat. And even saying a fresh coat of paint on it is a bit of an exception. It's like putting a new decal on it. Once again, you're conflating things. Huh. That's interesting. I wonder what's going on there with Swift. Unfortunately, his video didn't really say much other than he got banned. That's one thing that does really suck about this space, is there is zero job security. He's unbanned already? Let's see. Oh yeah, he's already unbanned. Yo, who sent me that link? Alt 4? Fuck. I thought you would have at least done your due diligence to see if he was still banned. God damn it. What a waste of that 2 minutes. What a fucking waste of 2 minutes of my life. Here. There we go. I just fucking timed you out for 2 minutes, and the reason is give it back. I want my 2 minutes back. And I will take it back by force. But it's a low bar. I mean, the bar is set where the bar is set. I mean, the competition sets the bar. And yeah, you can make a fair argument that the competition is bad, but it is what it is. If you think the bar is so low, then, you know, sounds like you have a gold mine waiting to be collected. Time for you to make your own. I think the reality of the situation is MMOs are harder than people realize. You can't have this many MMOs fuck it up and fail and then act like this shit is easy. What a bully. Dragor, you're fucking next. I'm tallying up every fucking stupid comment you make, and I go fucking ranting for however much time. I'm counting every fucking minute of mine that you waste, and one of these days, it's gonna add up to the rest of your life, and I'm just gonna fucking get rid of you. Can't wait. Can't wait. You missed me day one? Yeah, maybe. That's beside the point. Sometimes you just have to do tough things in life. Tell him Alt 4. Drag is not my name? Yes, it is, and I'm gonna keep calling you. Not only do you have fucking numbers in your name like a loser. Imagine having numbers in your name. Man went through 332 different variations and finally landed on 333. Angel number? It's not an angel number. How's it an angel number? I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna type angel number into Google. Angel number. And 333 better pop up. Is it any number that's repeated 3 times? What's this? 111 intuition. 222 alignment. 333 support. 444 is protection, 555 is change, 666 is reflection, 777 is luck, as you would expect, 888 is balance, 999 is release. I could use some 999 right now, fuck. Brother, what? I don't know. It was the first thing. It's like a poster on Google. Angel number poster. Basically, any number repeated 3 times is an angel number. So I guess this is the equivalent of fucking, like, horoscopes and aura stones and all this bullshit. Some fucking holistic nonsense. Mood rings, that too. Bro is an IRL crystal preset. I bet he sleeps with a Himalayan salt lamp right up his ass. That's why he's so salty every day. Oh yeah, well, I bet you like dick. Only one, and it's mine. You miss grinding in BDO? Come on back! Come on, fella! Come join the grind! We can grind together! You could do your circles, I could do my circles, and we could just chit-chat along the way. Sold your account for thousands before you quit, and it'll probably take you a week to get back to where you were. Just consider yourself up 1,000 or thousands. And don't do that. That's bad. It'd be terrible if somebody offered me like $1 million for my account. That'd be awful. Divios got caught behind the barn doing foul things to his griffin, so they had to ban him for the week. By the way, get it? Foul things to the griffin. I feel like I needed to explain that or draw attention to it, because I feel like most of you wouldn't have got that. Um, 14,285. I feel like it would be more like $14.28. What's up, Paulie? I bet in under a month, I could pass Dragor's gear. Whether that's true or not, the fact that I could do that in under a month, something you couldn't do casually over 9 years, still says a lot more about you, Dragor. Huh.
Oh, that's a lot of damage!
Yeah. And that's true. I got a wife and kids contending with my time, too. What does Dragor have? A hamster? Hang in there, little buddy. We got this. I asked AI Google who's Zethian and... Let's see. What did it say? Zethian is the online alias for a prominent Twitch streamer and content creator in the Black Desert Online community, whose real name is Chris. Ooh. How the fuck does it know that? Occupation. He's a well-known video streamer, content creator, often featured in official game communications and community interview. He streams regularly on Twitch. Personal life. Chris is married, 40 years old, as of March 2024 interview, and has 2 children. He plays BDO in his spare time and has been an avid gamer his entire life. BDO history. He has been playing Black Desert Online since its North American release. Wrong! Wrong! I started a month after release. He initially found the game after being disappointed with another title and became a dedicated player and community figure. True. Role in the community. He is known for his extensive knowledge of the game, particularly the Sage class, and often participates in class interviews. I participated once. In essence, Zethian is a public-facing game personality and community member, while Chris is his real name. In essence. Crispy Bacon? Shut up! Shut up! Ask it, where does Chris live? Or where does Zethian live? Let's see if it knows my address and shit. That'll be real spooky. If it says Canada or Ontario, I expect that. If it says my city, it's starting to get a little sus. Watch it says my home address. That would be fucking wild. Let's see. The Twitch streamer currently lives in Canada according to analytics sites and the track streamer locations. Those specific cities aren't usually detailed for privacy. Location Canada. While the exact city is in public, their content often reflects Canadian base, with streams focusing on gaming and lifestyle. Ark? Why do you find that so funny? Explain yourself right now. Why the fuck is that so funny to you, Ark? I think it refers to the conversations we have. I think in general, I give you guys good advice. My takes on BDO might be bad, but I genuinely believe my takes on life are pretty good. They seem to work better than the hamster guy. Yeah, Dragor, that's you. You're the hamster guy now.
Ma, I think we got another one of those Alabama ceiling sparrows in the house.
No, why did it reset? Oh my god, why did I bring it so far away? Fuck. What a fucked up day. What a fucked up day. I see you also lost loyalty. I wish I knew the reset was close to 50k-ish. Yeah, I spent it all. I didn't lose it. They only did notifications in-game like every hour for like 2 weeks. Maybe it wasn't every hour, but there was non-stop notifications. What the hell is that in the top left of that picture, Dragor? And by the way, what does that say? Him using? The hell? That actually sounds kind of accurate. Oh, fuck. Your Shigati seals are also gone? Yeah, I spent those as well. The demon duck? Where is it? Did I miss it? The one in the water? Or is there another one? The one in the water doesn't look too bad. It looks kind of small, to be honest. It's not looking like a... Oh, near the bottom. Oh, what is that? And what is on its back? What the hell? The ones at the bottom of the picture are fucking wild. Yeah. You know what they should do? Hey, Polly, here's a suggestion for you. When you guys replace loyalty, have all of the loyalty that people have go into this window. And then make it so you can still buy the old loyalty rewards. And then, like, let it sit in there for, like, a month. You're welcome. You'll certainly get a raise now. Someone suggested that? I did! It's my idea. He called me unoriginal? No. What that tells me, if multiple just normal plebs like me are able to come up with a reasonable solution, and Perlibus isn't, it shows me how incompetent Perlibus is. They have double loyalty bony packages? Bonus for packages? If someone suggests it, now they won't do it. Yeah, that's the rule, Pearl Abyss. They're only allowed to do things if it's their idea. As soon as the community suggests it, they don't do it anymore. Competent guy doesn't know his mic shuts off when he... Maybe I do know. Maybe I purposely am just talking real quiet. Maybe I'm even just... Right. See? Don't even have to fucking say anything. Instead, I just look schizophrenic. Why did you add this? Because my goal, every time I add a sound effect, it needs to fuck with you guys. If it doesn't fuck with you guys, it doesn't provide as much value to me. Oh, what is this, Dragor? Yo.
Zephian, the snake, it bit me. It got me right in the dick. We need you to suck out the venom. Please, Zephian, you need to suck out the venom before it's too late.
It's supposed to be, I said the venom, not my soul! And then it's supposed to start yelling. That's crazy, Backpack. That's fucking crazy. I think it just goes, ah, ooh, ah. Was it fast enough? Was it fast enough? Was it fast enough? Nope. Oh, I was! Oh, I'm so fucking fast! Hey, it's not my fault she sucks at racing. I always beat her ass in Mario Kart. Yeah. It's fun beating the kids in Mario Kart. They think they're so goddamn good. They have no idea. And then Dad steps in the arena, and they're all in the fucking dust. Thoughts on Sarah's feet so far? I haven't really paid much attention to her feet. Her ass keeps getting in the way. I will be right back in a minute, chat.
am cheating. I am a hacker.
Oh god, what is this? Why? Why? It does remind me, though, I do need a haircut. That's usually how I get my hair cut. Right now, it's getting kind of long on the sides, if you look at it. Getting a little long on the sides. Those are like my old glasses, too. Toss that on X and ask to remove the bikini. Wait. Does, What is X's AI thing? Does it actually do nudity? That's fucking crazy. I need to get on X. Grok. At least you don't have to go to a barber and have an anxiety attack because you're losing hair. Well, even if I was losing hair, I wouldn't have an anxiety attack. I'm not overly attached to my hair. I'd be just as fine shaving my head. Ugh. Nah. See what you did there. Shut up. Whoa, Black Desert. What's up, Trap? Haven't you pop in 2 days in a row, Trap? Maybe BDO is back. Now we can get rid of Dragor. Dragor is like Trep, but from Temu. Oh, shit. Man, I fucking slept well last night. I could have slept longer. My kid's got a new thing where he wakes up and doesn't go back to sleep for 5 hours. It's magical. That fucking sucks. What are you guys doing? Why? Why are you typing these things into AI? What is wrong with you? You filthy fucking black
Zephyr, you filthy fucking black desert cum guzzling grind slut. You've been bent over, raw dogging that same goddamn game for over a decade, pounding away at those mob spots like a desperate virgin humping a pillow, chasing that next enhancement like it's the creamiest nut you'll never quite bust. Thousands of hours streamed, wrist deep in repetitive clicks, and your sweaty ass is still pulling a pathetic 700 to 900 average viewers. That's barely enough to fill a mid-sized orgy, let alone Ma.
Let alone what? I feel like it got cut off. Honestly, that's not really even a good roast. Roast has nuance and some funniness to it. By the way, you know what's crazy about that? Obviously, I have headphones for my speakers. I was down the hallway, and I still heard the chirp. And it was even worse, because it almost sounded like it was coming from upstairs. Was it skipped? Yeah. Too many back-to-back whiny songs. My crystals? Oh. I focus more on survivability. I definitely don't recommend these crystals for everybody. Did I show my crystals? I just did. Loot scroll? Ooh, appreciate you. No. We have no new alchemy stone. That icon you're seeing is a replacement to the Veil buff icon for having the alchemy stone skin from the Berserk event a while ago. Yeah, I mean 2018 was a while ago, wasn't it? They had a second event later than that. 2018 was the original event, and there was no Alchemy Stone skin then. You could get an Alchemy Stone, but it was just a weak Vel. Basically a Vel with no AP, if I remember correctly. But I think they redid the event back in like 2021, and that was the one that had the skin. But either way, whether it's 2018 or 2021, to me that's still a while ago. Well, the Guts outfit was limited to male classes, so there was a female outfit in that same event for the Griffith outfit, but there's nothing for Seraph in regards to that yet. I'm doing pretty good, Red. Or Rec. Am I grinding for? For enjoyment. I find it relaxing. What are you grinding for? Forever. I like that. No. Stretch your hands. Probably good genetics, too. I make sure my hand posture is comfortable. How much silver do I get per hour? I don't count. Oh no. I mean, you might suck, but just with anything, practice. How's your Sage cast speed so fast? Just learn the proper cancels. I'm not grinding with my, that stone. I'm grinding with a Vel's Heart. My Splendid Stone is in my inventory because it's not optimal for grinding. Yeah, Roy. It's 31st of February. I can't wait. I can't wait. That's my favorite day that month. Ugh. Nice. What would you suggest? Sage, baby. The best class. Some might say it's shockingly good. Yeah. Yeah, the DLSS looks really good. I really wish Pearl Abyss would add DLSS support to BDO and update the FSR support. Yeah, but now the reverse is true, right? So the main reason why way back in the day getting accessories was super exciting was because most of the value from a grind spot was from the accessory. But back in those same days, the hours where you didn't get anything drop, you felt like you made no money, right? So now the reverse is true. A lot more, a much larger portion of the total money you make per hour now is from just the common drops. But the accessories are contributing a smaller portion to it. So it makes the really boosted hours, or when you get accessories, not feel as impactful. But the hours where you don't get anything don't feel completely miserable anymore. That's the trade-off they made, right? I don't know. I don't pay attention to that. I don't pay attention to how much I make per hour. Yeah. People need to learn that if they treat the game like a job, it's going to feel like a job. If they treat it like a game, it's going to feel like a game. Don't be too focused on the destination, the gains. Just try to find ways to enjoy the journey, the grind, right? In a lot of cases, too, that min-maxing can, you know, if you're sitting there at the end of every single hour and trying to log your results, there's an opportunity cost associated with taking the few minutes to do that every hour, right? If it takes you 3 minutes to do that, you know, that's... what, 5% of your hour? You've given up 5% of your next hour's efficiency. Try not to play the game measuring yourself by how much you make per hour. Try to measure your experience in the game by how much fun you had that hour. I'm new and I try to learn the game. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the game. Is magic a good build? This game doesn't work that way. You pick a class.
And your class is just the class. What's up, Hazel? Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Festivus, whatever your holiday is. You're from the Netherlands, my English is not the best, that's no problem. I promise you, I'm sure you speak better English than most native English speakers, so...
No, Seraph is still in the game. They didn't remove it. It's still in the game. I never moved on to her, to move on from her. When new classes come out, I like to mess with them and see what they're about. But Seraph wasn't going to be a main. It had to be more paladin-like to be a main. Yeah. I'm chilling. I am playing comfy. And I could go even comfier. If I ended up making a Kabua set that had 4 amplified iron walls in it, and I picked up that, what, 30 extra DR? God damn, this would be comfy. And then do that on a Suck Warrior? Woo-wee! Although I would probably need the AP on a Suck Warrior. Suck Milk? Yeah, something like that. Awakened Guardian? Ugh. What time is it? Already past 1, eh? We got like an hour left. Then I gotta go pick up my oldest daughter from school. Gonna come home and get that turkey soup put together. I have a little mirepoix chopped up, ready to go. Just need to get that in a pan. Or in the bottom of a pot. And then I'll add my turkey stock to it. My turkey. Turkey chili. I've never had turkey chili. We made a turkey pie yesterday, like a shepherd's pie, but with turkey instead. And I didn't realize it. At first I was like, oh, that should be interesting. But between the potatoes on top, the turkey with like the gravy, and then the vegetables, I realized it was basically just turkey dinner. It was like a Thanksgiving dinner in shepherd's pie form. Turkey is so difficult to get good. I think turkey is actually pretty simple. The timing of not overcooking it. Balancing out getting like really nice fall apart dark meat without overcooking the breast is where people struggle. Oh, so you're basically doing sous vide. Genius. Dutch ovens are also underrated. Tell that to my wife. No, it's up Vortex. Going for Nav tomorrow? Ooh, do you have a bunch of resources saved up, or? They told me the first character must be uppercase, but where is that? On the top shelf. What they mean is the first letter has to be capitalized.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Oh, what's up, Etsu? Ghost Awakening's in a pretty good spot, yeah. People tried to claim like it was dead after it got its changes, but there are people who still do well on it. Classes with spammable PVI frames typically do the easiest. So any class that you could just hold shift and direction and spam a PVI frame, or RMB and spam a PVI frame. They may not always be the fastest, but they are some of the safest because you just always have seamless iframes available to you. Yeah. DLSS 4.5 is looking pretty sick. It's a shame we don't get to use it in BDO. So what is this pulsar thing? I know it has something to do with clarity. Is that like the old strobing that they would do on monitors, like for ultra low motion blur and shit like that, but they just have a fancy name for it? Or is it something different? Yes? Okay, I had a feeling. What's BFI? Black frame injection or something like that? I actually don't recall that acronym. I imagine if it's like strobing, it's probably something like that. Big finger insertion. Oh, hell yeah. Put a ring on it? Jesus.
Have you ever had a dream that you could go
Yeah. What's the benefit to my 320 hertz monitor?
Thanks to @Valkaa for my sub gift.
Yeah, I'm gonna install the new NVIDIA update after, and I'm gonna fuck around with some of those new features. I'll probably have to play around with them in like Diablo or Path of Exile, though. Since BDO doesn't get to enjoy all the fun technologies that are out there now. Unless that's a driver level thing. Yeah, I'm gonna play with it later. We'll see. I had to Google it since you didn't answer me, but yeah, I was right. BFI is black frame insertion. I said injection, but... You gotta get a 50 series card? You don't have one? Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you're telling me that NVIDIA announces they're gonna slow down production of their 50 series cards, as well as increase the prices. And then shortly after, they announce all this new technology that'll be available on the 50 series cards only? These fucking scumbags. They can't keep getting away with this. Holding on to the last EVGA card? Yeah, I had my 3080 Ti. I was half tempted to hold on to it because it was my last EVGA card. Yeah, I heard something about that. That seems weird. Why would you bring 3060s back into production? Why wouldn't you bring 5060s into production? I don't get it. There's clearly something I don't understand. Yeah, you might as well wait now, Trip. 9850 X3D was just announced. Might as well get that instead of the 9800. If I didn't have a 9950, I would have got the 9850. I am so happy that that chirp is annoying you guys. Oh yeah, memory in general is really expensive right now. When did I add the chirp? Just this morning. I thought about it yesterday and I forgot to do it last night, so I did it first thing this morning. I heard they're bringing DDR4 motherboards back with the current DDR5 issue. I know where you heard that. It's not like manufacturers are all of a sudden going to start making more DDR4. They're obviously going to just continue to do what makes them the most money with the resources they have available, and the high density, I think it's high density memory for AI is what's making them the most money, and because of that it's choking out the supply on the others, right? Like imagine you owned a business and you could make two different products, but one product you had a profit margin of 80% and another product you had a profit margin of 20%. What are you going to focus on making? Right? Well, what they say and what the prices reflect are two different things. Doesn't matter what people say. The prices are what's going to affect your average consumer. But yes, apparently there's a lot of AI companies that have a lot of GPUs piled up in a warehouse waiting for the factories to be built for them to use the GPUs. Apparently. Alright, I say AI factories, the data centers to be built for them to use the GPUs, I guess would be more accurate. Bring back nuclear energy? Well, it's coming back. It's coming back already, right? You have much smaller modular nuclear reactors now. People don't realize how far that technology has come to and how dumb we are not utilizing it. People get so caught up on a couple of incidents that obviously were a big deal, but they don't realize the overall effects of burning so much coal, because we need to get our energy somewhere, right? And then the alternatives are coal and gas. Solar and wind are just you know, they have their benefits in certain applications, but yeah, nuclear is the future. Well, people still die from coal and gas. Way more. Way more people die from coal every year than nuclear, right? It just, coal is much more sinister and slow. Where people hear about something like Chernobyl, Fukushima, 5 Mile, all that shit, and it's like something that happens in a short period of time, and they're like, oh my god, oh no, I don't want that happening near me. And of course, you're not going to want that to happen near you, but nuclear has come such a long way. But coal is like super sinister in how it poisons its population. Your 3060 Ti is cutting edge. Yeah, time to sell it on the black market. Big bucks. Yeah, I don't know how true that story was. I didn't look into it. I heard somebody say it, and I was like, that just sounds weird to me. Why would you make a previous generation card? Only thing I can think of is maybe they had a lot of components made for those cards that are just sitting in a factory, and they realize that they need to use them. I don't know if it's been officially confirmed that 5090s are going to be sold for $5K. I think as far as we're concerned so far, it was just a Korean outlet that spread that rumor. That was going to happen. I don't know if there's anything that's been confirmed yet, but with the way the market's been going in regards to memory and GPUs, and it's just not surprising if it does, right? It adds that level of plausibility. Anything to avoid using the dies for AI GPUs? That's the thing, though, is a lot of it is the tooling, right? They're not just gonna retool a whole factory to just start making a 30 series card again if they can just make the 50s. It just doesn't make sense to me. If you already have facilities set up for making the 50 series, why wouldn't you just make more 50-60 cards? It doesn't make sense to retool your factories back down to 3060s and start pumping those out again. That just doesn't make sense to me. Wonder how long a 4070 will stay relevant? Yeah, who knows? I would like to think that if GPUs become more expensive and harder to get good ones, that it will force developers to be more efficient with their games, but I doubt that'll happen too. Yeah. Just one of those things. I'll believe it when I see it. Average labor costs for... Yeah, but labor costs aside, you got to have a market for it. It's not like I'm all of a sudden going to be in the market to buy a 3060. Like, how many people do we actually think that there are out there that a 3060 would be considered a reasonable upgrade? I don't know. Everybody type in chat. What kind of GPU you have now? Like, at least, like, even if the manufacturing cost is like an extra $100 on labor or $150 on labor for a 50 series card, there's got to be a much larger target audience, right? Why would you go backwards in production? And, like, sure, maybe it's a lot cheaper to make the card, but only 10% of consumers will be in the market for that card? It just doesn't make sense, right? Like, every single person in chat there, except for the 1050 Ti guy, or the 2060, a 2080 Ti, I'm pretty sure, is better than a 3060. There's like two people out of like the 20 of you where a 3060 would be an upgrade. Well, whether we matter or not is irrelevant to the conversation, because if you're going to say we don't matter, then why would they do that to begin with? Because if we don't matter, whether they make 3060s or they make 5060s, it doesn't matter either way, because that applies equally to both. So, like, it just doesn't make sense to me to start pumping out 3060s. Like, who's going to be buying them?
Sketch.
Maybe people in third world countries that are just getting PCs for the first time? Maybe? Maybe there's going to be like a 3060 equivalent card for like an upcoming console? I don't know. What kind of GPUs do consoles use these days? Like, I could maybe see that. Maybe there's, like, a new console coming out that's going to have an equivalent of a 3060 in it. Oh, stocks aren't going to plummet from that. They are already being hard carried by AI. They don't need to give any fucks about us anymore, about gamers. I don't think it would affect them much if they announced tomorrow that they're going to stop making gaming GPUs. It'd be a little blip. And then there would be a little bit of a dip and people would be like, ooh, and they'd buy in, and then right back up. Steam console might be a juicer. Yeah, I don't know. You can already play Steam on a PC. I don't know how much you actually need the Gabe Cube. How many of you, like you, a lot of you guys already have your gaming PC out there. Do you really think you're going to dump $1,000 into a console that can do exactly what your PC can do? You can already very easily have your display from your PC go to your TV upstairs and play on using your PC's hardware on your TV upstairs. So why would you buy a completely new $1,000 console when you could just invest that money into your PC if you wanted to, if you're that worried about it? Yeah, but do you realize that a Gabe Cube is basically just a mini PC? Do you think that it's going to be somehow magically way more affordable in a market like this? I don't know if you realize it, but consoles effectively use the same hardware as PCs, just older hardware. That's why I said maybe if there's something new that they're planning on putting the 3060s in. But even then, like, I can't imagine a world where I'd ever want to invest in a little tiny mini budget PC instead of just using my PC. You got to remember, most people who are playing on Steam, they're already playing on their PC. So why wouldn't they just use that $1,000 to upgrade their PC as opposed to buying a little box that's probably going to be equivalent to their PC that they already have at best? Like, it sounds like a novelty product, but it doesn't sound very practical to me. Yeah. Now, Steam Deck is really cool. How you can use your PC's hardware and, like, remotely access your PC with this little screen and then cast it to other screens and stuff like that. I think Steam Deck is like a really nice bridge between your PC and making it feel like a console. And having it its own little handheld all at the same time. I'm pretty sure you can use the Steam Deck to play on your home PC using your home PC's hardware. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have a Steam Deck, but I'm pretty sure that was one of the main things that's made me say, hey, that's pretty cool. You can basically have a tiny little handheld, but use the hardware from your PC. TeamViewer is a piece of software you can use to remotely access other PCs. Steam Deck is like a little, it's like your Game Boy or something like that, but it can remotely access your PC. You can have it set up over your network to be using your PC's hardware, and then it just streams the video and decodes it on the handheld device, but it uses your PC's hardware for all of the rendering. Why the fuck the music gets so loud all of a sudden? Holy shit, I feel like I'm having to yell over it. So yeah, like Steam Deck makes a lot of sense to me. This Steam console, not so much. And that doesn't mean some people aren't going to buy it. I just don't think it's going to be like this amazing, ridiculous thing. I think most people, at least like all the people I talk to online, they already have PCs that I imagine are going to be, that are still way better. They're going to be way better than this GameCube will be. And all the functionality they would get out of this GameCube, they could already get out of just using their PC with a little bit of know-how. $12,335 bill. Wait, you had a $12,335 bill for a chipped tooth? What the actual fuck? They numbed it, I bet. This man had a whole set of golden teeth put in his mouth. So, is that your bill, or is that the bill that they're sending to the insurance company? Because insurance companies like to fucking collude with businesses, so they all make a ton of money. I couldn't imagine getting a bill like that for my teeth. I had to pay $2,000 for my daughter, and that's to get her partial braces, an expander, and a tooth pulled. Yo! Corrosive. I think we just became best friends. Oh, shit. I always thought Canada was more expensive. No. There's a lot of misinformation about Canada's healthcare and how super slow it is. The speed obviously depends on where you're located, but here, like, I have no issues with seeing a doctor. I have no issues with, you know, my health insurance or OHIP, Ontario Health Insurance, part of your taxes, covers damn near everything. I can call my doctor, and depending on the situation, I could be in there pretty damn quickly. Sometimes as early as the next day. And if I needed to, if it's an emergency and I need to be seen immediately, I could go down to the hospital, and they, you know, there might be a couple hour wait. They'll do obviously their triage. They're obviously not gonna, you know, somebody who's having a heart attack, they're not gonna bump me in there because I stubbed my toe or stepped on a Lego, right? But the length of procedures or seeking medical advice in Canada is grossly exaggerated by Americans to make themselves feel better. Sapti. That's true. They do have maid. We do have maid up here. Your insurance company. the insurance company goes, that's going to be kind of expensive. Have you considered the noose? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, hospitals will do triage, and sometimes you'll be in there at a bad time when there's, something happened, or a bunch of people are coming in with pretty serious things, and if you're just in there because you got, like, a really bad cough, yeah, you might end up spending, like, 4 or 5 hours waiting, because they're going to deal with people who have life-threatening issues, right? And then there'll be other times you'll go in there, and there'll be barely anybody in there, and it'll be bing, bang, boom, and it's, you're in and out of there within 2 hours. It also depends, too, on how much you need done, right? If you go in there, it might take you a couple hours to see a doctor. If the doctor says, okay, we want to get you in for an x-ray or some shit, too, because, we think that maybe there's something else we want to check, that's going to add more length to your total visit. But in general, I've always found it pretty smooth here. I've had no complaints. Now, once again, I live in a fucking tiny little city of like 100,000 people, so I would imagine if you live in like Toronto or any larger city, there's going to be more complications and more delays if there's a lot more people living there, right? So maybe my opinion is skewed because where I live. Okay, chat. I think it's about time I go. Let's run our way back to town. We have a little bit of time. I'm gonna go sell my stuff, get myself out to Calpheon, get my character processing. Enjoy the turkey? Yeah, homemade turkey soup. I always take the turkey carcass. I'm really good at breaking it down. But I take it, and then the next day I make a really big turkey stock. And, yeah, I'm gonna use that stock today and make a nice big pot of turkey soup. I love homemade soup. Instead of leaving it in the stable, I just wear it all the time. Ride it all the time. I cannot be bothered to, my Krogdalo horse is for my Fisher. My Fisher's about to lose his horse, though. When they add the new stable this week, I actually want to level up all my Voltarians. I currently have 3 Voltarians and almost a 4th. Actually, I should have more traces of Thunderbolt. Maybe I don't. But I'm halfway to my other one. I've sold a couple, so I wish I didn't. But I'm going to have basically 4 Voltarians and my dad horse in my stable. I can't wait for that. Peggy Flight is too broken for Node Wars. This horse is way better. Pegasus is okay, but this horse is fucking fast. Once you get used to the double jumping or the boost jumping and the drifting, like the way this thing can go down hills and get around corners, you can do a little teleport drift and just go down like crazy vertical terrain. Right? Like it's... And then you can very easily get up, right? And of course, the first time I do it, I get fucking stuck on something. Just saying, I always use my Voltarian.
I am cheating! I am a hacker!
As long as I'm not waiting to respawn, when they make a call to meet at a location, I'm always one of the very first people there. You don't run into walls of leg on that horse? I mean, you can when you're running in a straight line. I have a really good solid state drive memory in PC, so it doesn't happen to me as much as other people, but it still happens. It primarily happens in areas like cities and stuff too. If you're running close to a city and all of a sudden it has to render a bunch of shit, you'll have it happen more often. So like if you're horse training by Heidel, right, for example, if you're running back and forth across the street, you'll notice in this area here is where it happens the most. I actually saw that video pop up, Kinjara. I don't know if you're hearing me. I haven't had a chance to watch that one yet.
Yeah, we getting that pirate-based shish kebab 47 money. This ain't nothing to me, man. Chanel Optics got me seeing.
But the thing about Voltarian is you have to be a much more manual driver and know the terrain a lot better to plan like when you're going to use the double jump, when you're going to use the boost forward, plan your drifts to avoid things. Where the Pegasus is a lot easier, right? Because you don't really have to care much about the terrain. But if you know the terrain and you pay more attention to it and pay attention to your grind, your trip, you can travel way faster with Voltarian. How you doing, Tears? Huh? I don't know why I did like a 180 there. Yeah, don't worry about my outfit, Thirsty. Don't worry about it. That was weird. A little bit too soon there. At least his outfit doesn't have stains. It's because I just repaired it. Yeah, it's a nice thing about this horse is like you can... It has the normal drift if you don't press shift. But if you hold shift, it does like a big old boost to the side. And you can do those like back to back. And it practically ignores terrain. It'll put you up and down stuff a bit. Up, not as much, depending on how the elevation is, but down like crazy. You can use it to get down hills like crazy. What is up with the Behelit Stone? That is my, it's just a skin for a Vels. So chat, I am heading out now. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you all for hanging out. We will find someone to raid. Oh, music was part of the song. I was like, what the hell? Maybe I'll send you guys to 0. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm going to go do a little bit of dinner prep and then go pick up my daughter. Oh my God. Thanks for hanging out, everybody.